Check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Check, check, check. evening, everyone. Lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Sirius Weather Lab, live to you from Wichita. We're providing live streaming winter weather coverage on this winter storm that is beginning to get underway right now. In fact, if you take a look at the radar picture there on the right-hand side of your screen, you can already see some areas of precipitation developing across the state. Let's take a look at the radar picture right now and a bigger view at the radar picture. That is, you can see we're already beginning to see some areas of snow across portions of north central Kansas. That is continuing to push off to the northeast at this point in time. Also watching some areas of sleet across portions of southwest Kansas, and statewide we're continuing to see some freezing drizzle. As you can take a look here, that's where these sort of these areas behind around these main radars by the main radar sites is where we're seeing some of that freezing drizzle, but that is statewide. It's just being detected on radar closer to the site because it's lower to the ground. So we are continuing to see freezing drizzle statewide, and we're beginning to see again areas of snow develop across portions of northwest into southwest Kansas at this point in time. And as we continue on here through the evening hours, we're going to continue to see this area of snow push off to the northeast. Snow is going to expand across much of northern Kansas, with freezing rain across southern Kansas changing over to sleet overnight tonight. In fact, as we take a look at our latest snowfall forecast, we're going to be looking at 1 to 4 inches across much of the state. That includes areas like Wichita and Hays, a trace to an inch across far northwestern Kansas. That includes Goodland and Colby. And then we're going to be looking at the heaviest snow in the area of dark blue, where 4 to 8 or more inches could fall just north of Wichita on up towards Salina, back around Hutchinson, Topeka, and Kansas City, all included in that heavy area of 4 to 8 or more inches. Wouldn't be surprised to see some isolated areas within that range of 10 to 12 inches. Again, we're not expecting widespread amounts that high, but again, there could be a few areas where we could be looking at 8 or more inches, particularly from around the Topeka area toward Kansas City and back down into McPherson County. So that is where we're expecting the heaviest snow with this system. We're also going to be looking at some ice possible with this system as well. How's that going to accumulate? Well, we're going to be looking at a trace to 1/10 of an inch of ice for the area shaded in pink. That includes portions of southwest through south central on into southeast Kansas. The highest amounts of around 5/100 of an inch to about a little over 1/10 of an inch are going to be across far southeast Kansas for the area shaded in purple. So this ice is mainly going to fall through the overnight hours tonight, and then again tomorrow we're going to be seeing this change over to sleet late overnight tonight, and then sleet to snow tomorrow across the state. Alerts map right now, let's take a look at that and show you that we do have a winter storm warning in effect for portions of central and eastern Kansas. That includes Topeka, Kansas City, Wichita, the Hutchinson areas. This is where travel is going to be the most difficult to impossible at times, especially for the areas of heavy snow and the heavy ice. So ice is going to be what's causing our main problem here across far southern Kansas, and then the snow as you work your way north. Winter weather advisories for the county shaded in purple. That is where travel could become difficult due to slick roads. We're already looking at slick roads statewide due to some freezing drizzle, but throw in that chance for some snow in there and roads are going to remain slick. So travel is going to be difficult. If you're traveling in the winter weather advisory area, give yourself some extra time, and travel is not advised at all across the areas shaded in pink, which are now under an active winter storm warning. It went in effect at around 6 o'clock, so it is now actively in place. And again, winter weather advisory travel is discouraged, but it won't be quite as difficult as for areas in the winter storm warning in the areas shaded in pink. So again, let's take a look at the radar picture here one more time, and you can see that we're continuing to see the areas of freezing drizzle statewide. Again, if you're just joining us, that's indicated by these these blobs of what looks like precipitation around our main radar sites at Topeka, Wichita, Dodge City, and Goodland, but that's just because the drizzle is closer to the ground and it's so fine particles that the radar doesn't pick it up very well. But again, it's pretty much statewide. We're looking at freezing drizzle right now, and then again, some frozen precipitation currently across southwest Kansas, and some areas of snow developing in north central Kansas right around the Hays area. So it's going to continue to expand in coverage across northern Kansas tonight, and then some freezing rain and some sleet. Freezing rain changing over to sleet across southern Kansas throughout the night tonight, and again, that's going to continue through much of the day on Sunday. And one more look here at the snowfall forecast. Again, widespread amounts of 1 to 4 inches for the area shaded in the lighter blue. 4 to 8 or more inches for the areas shaded in the dark blue for central on into northeastern Kansas. Keep it right here on live stream or on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We'll continue to keep you updated with the latest winter weather situation throughout the evening and into the overnight hours with live streaming radar and behind the scenes coverage as we continue on here, and then half hour to hourly live updates just like this one. So keep it right here on SiriusWX.net for the latest. Check, 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 check. lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab. We're continuing to track a winter storm across Kansas. It's not in full swing by any means just yet, but we're going to be getting there here over the next several hours. We already are looking at precipitation across the state. Let's take a bigger view at that here as we take a look here at the radar picture right now. You can see areas of snow across portions of north central, west central Kansas, right around the Hays area, some sleet into portions of southwest Kansas at this point in time. Let's take a closer look at the Hays area right now. You can see an area of moderate snow across Trego County, right around the Waukene area, just north of Ransom. Put this into motion for you, and you can see that is rapidly developing, pushing off to the east-northeast. That could be impacting the Hays area here within the next little while, so we could begin to see our first meaningful flakes of snow here in the Hays area within the next little while here, within the next hour or so. We're looking at some areas of frozen precipitation. Maybe, again, of course, everything that you got to see here, if you're going to be tuning in here tonight on the live stream, you got to keep in mind that the radar uses a computer algorithm to determine the precipitation type. So while the radar may show it being sleet, it could be snow and vice versa. So take the precip type with a little bit of a grain of salt here. But you can see that we could be looking at some frozen precipitation, some sleet or snow right now across west central Kansas from Garden City to Lake and to Syracuse, across Hamilton and Kearney counties, as well as the Garden City area in Finney County. Johnson, Ulysses, Hugoton could be getting on some light sleet or freezing rain at this point in time. Freezing drizzle continues nearly statewide as well at this point in time. We're also looking at some flurries right now across portions of northeast Kansas, stretching from Washington up towards Marysville and Atchison, just around the north of the Kansas City area as well. So again, let's put this into motion for you, and you can see it has been rapidly developing here over the past little while and continues to push off to the northeast. And what we're going to continue to see here as we head on into the evening hours is this precipitation expanding in coverage, especially across northern Kansas, or in fact, well, I should say northern Kansas. We're going to be looking at the best chances for some snow, and southern Kansas we're going to begin to see some freezing rain develop, and then overnight tonight's going to switch over to some sleet again across southern Kansas. So the best chances for some snow tonight are going to be right around and north of I-70, as we're going to be looking at the best chances for snow. Could become moderate to heavy times, or in fact it likely will become moderate to heavy times across portions of north central and northeastern Kansas. In fact, let's take a look at the latest, our latest. Good evening, everyone. Let's try this again. Let's make sure. Let's hope this program doesn't freeze up on us again here. Let's take a look here at the radar picture right now. Here over the past 4 hours, we continue to see some areas of some precipitation developing across portions of north central and west central and southwestern Kansas. As you can see, it is already moving into the Hays area at this point in time, where we do have a little bit of some moderate snow, in fact affecting the Ellis area right now, just east of Waukegan. Again, western Ellis County into eastern Trego County is where we are looking at an area of some moderate snow. It's just a small area, but this is where we could begin to see some of our first flakes here fall in the Hays area over the next little while. We're also watching some precipitation stretch down across portions of west central into southwest Kansas. Might even begin to see some stuff falling around the Great Bend area and up toward Russell along I-70. So on I-70 from around roughly Waukegan up toward the Russell area and around Salina is where we're beginning to see our first areas of snow at this point in time. Elsewhere across the state, we continue to look at some freezing drizzle causing slick road conditions at this point in time. Again, let's put this into motion and I'll show you that it is rapidly developing and continuing to push off to the northeast here this evening. And again, we're going to be looking at our first flakes of snow falling in the Hays area in the next little while. Again, you can see it's continuing to develop. Hays is right now in between the two areas of snow, that one that's developing between Hays and Salina, and of course the activity stretches down into southwest Kansas. We're going to continue to see precipitation increase in coverage here as we continue on through the next few hours. Now what's going to happen tonight is we're going to continue to see the best chances for snowfall generally from an area along and north of I-70, and then frozen precipitation, some freezing rain and sleet for roughly I-70 and south, which is kind of what we're seeing here right now. The oranges indicating sleet and the reds indicating freezing rain. Can't really see it, but right there in the far lower left-hand corners where you sort of see some of those pinks. That's what we could be seeing here with some freezing rain later on tonight. Now, the thing is, with this radar program, it uses an algorithm to determine precipitation type. So don't take this as literally as there is, like, sleet falling in Garden City at this point in time. It could be a mixture of sleet and snow. Just know that this is what the radar is best estimating what the precipitation type is. But again, as forecasting, we're forecasting the snow mainly across northern Kansas tonight, and then some freezing rain and sleet across southern Kansas. Sunday, that's when the sleet is going to change over to snow across much of the state with the exception of far southeast Kansas. Moderate heavy snow at times across portions of north central and northeast Kansas, and that's going to continue to be pushing southeastward here as we continue on through the day. Sunday, how's it going to stack up for us? Our latest snowfall forecast here shows that we're going to be looking at widespread amounts of 1 to 4 inches for the area shaded in light blue. That includes Hays and Wichita, as well as Dodge City and into portions of southeast Kansas. 4 to 8 inches where we're expecting the heaviest amounts for the area shaded in dark blue from portions of central on into northeast Kansas. That will include areas like Hutchinson, Salina, McPherson, on up toward Topeka, Kansas City, metro area. Wouldn't be surprised to see some isolated amounts between 8 and 12 inches for a small band from around the Kansas City area down toward Topeka and perhaps as far southwest as McPherson, roughly the McPherson area. So of course, that's where we're expecting the heaviest of snowfall. Northwest Kansas is not going to be looking at the heaviest snow, only around a trace to an inch forecast there for much of northwest Kansas. Also going to be looking at some ice to go along with the system. This ice is going to mainly accumulate overnight tonight, as I mentioned, generally along and south of I-70, and we could be looking at some of that accumulating further south than that. Trace to 1/10 of an inch of ice for the area shaded in pink. That includes Wichita, around the Dodge City area as well. The most significant ice accumulations in the far southeastern corner of the state. The thing is, right now we already have some freezing drizzle across the state, which is causing some slick roads, but again, that's going to be looking at the best chance for some of the more of the freezing rain as we continue on through the night tonight. So while we do have a glaze of ice pretty much statewide right now due to freezing drizzle, this is where we're expecting the most significant chance for some freezing rain overnight tonight, particularly again across far southeastern Kansas. And it is because of all of this snow and ice that we do have a winter storm warning in effect for portions of northeast down through central, south central, and southeast Kansas. Again, because of the ice threat across southern Kansas and the heavy snow, Of course, that's why we are under the winter storm warning and then a winter weather advisory for the counties shaded in purple. That includes Hays, Dodge City, Goodland, and Concordia. Winter weather advisory area, that's where travel is going to be difficult, but not going to be as difficult as the winter storm warned area, including Wichita and the Kansas City metro area. So if you have any plans tonight and through the day on Sunday, have a plan B. You're going to want to stay off the roads, particularly if you're in one of these counties shaded in the pink, and travel is still going to be difficult for the counties shaded in purple under a winter weather advisory. Again, one more look at the radar picture. You can continue to see that we're looking at the areas of precipitation expanding coverage across portions of north central into southwest Kansas, and that's going to continue as a hit on here into the evening and into the overnight hours tonight. Keep it right here on livestream.com or on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. I'll continue to keep you updated. And we just got a half-inch report of snow 6 miles south-southeast of Westfall in Ellsworth County. Hi there, everyone. Lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab. We are tracking a winter storm continuing to work its way into Kansas. Let's take a look at the radar picture here. Over the past 4 hours, we're continuing to see areas of precipitation expand in coverage across central through southwest Kansas at this point in time. Let's take a look here across north central Kansas. Right now, we have areas of snow stretching up towards Salina and around the Ellsworth area, up toward Russell and Hayes, and around Plainville and back as far west as Waukene and Ransom, even some there around Scott City. And then we have some sleet, maybe mixed in with some freezing rain or snow across portions of southwest Kansas from Ulysses up toward Garden City, on toward La Crosse, Great Bend, Lyons, and up toward the Salina area as well. Elsewhere across the state, freezing drizzle is continuing, and we are looking at some areas of snow flurries across far northeastern Kansas at this point in time. If we go ahead and put this all into motion right now, you can see it is continuing to rapidly develop and push off generally in an east-northeasterly direction, and that's going to continue to be the case here as we head on into the into the next few hours and into the overnight hours. This area is going to continue to expand in coverage. We'll be looking at snow for areas generally along and north of I-70 with some freezing rain and sleet south of that, or generally along and south of I-70 for southern Kansas overnight tonight. And after around 10 p.m. to midnight or so, we're going to begin to see some moderate to heavy snow develop for portions of central on into northeastern Kansas. After taking a look at the latest information this afternoon, here's a look at our latest snowfall forecast. Much of the state getting in on 1 to 4 inches of snow. That includes Hayes and Wichita, Dodge City, and Concordia also getting in on that as well. Heaviest snow going to fall for the area shaded in dark blue. 4 to 8 or more inches of snowfall from Hutchinson up towards Salina on into northeast Kansas, Manhattan, Topeka, and the Kansas City area. Wouldn't be surprised to see an area of 8 to 10, maybe 12 inches of snow from around the Kansas City area back toward Topeka and perhaps as far southwest as McPherson. So again, widespread 4 to 8 inch amounts with isolated areas more than 8 inches within that area, and we'll be looking at around a trace to an inch across portions of northwestern Kansas. We're also going to be looking at an icing threat with this winter weather system. Let's take a look at that. We're going to be looking at a trace to a tenth of an inch of ice for the area shaded in pink, and more significant ice accumulations across southeastern Kansas for areas like Coffeyville and back to just around the Arkansas City area. Wichita getting in on a trace to a tenth of an inch, as well as Dodge City. Much of the state at this point in time has a glazing of ice due to some freezing drizzle that has fallen pretty much all day across the entire state. But again, this is where we're going to have the best chance for some freezing rain to accumulate overnight tonight, changing to some sleet later on, and then more over to snow as we head on through the day on Sunday. And it is because of this ice and snow that we do have active winter weather alerts in place. A winter storm warning in effect for the county shaded in pink. That includes Wichita, the Kansas City metro area, as well as Topeka, Manhattan, Chanute, Coffeyville, back toward Hutchinson, Pratt, and Stafford, down toward Medicine Lodge, to name some locations. Winter weather advisory for the county shaded in purple. That includes Hayes, Dodge City, Goodland, Concordia, back down toward the Liberal and Elkhart areas as well. Travel is going to be very difficult tonight through the day, through much of the day tomorrow for the areas shaded in pink. We're expecting the most travel impacts with this winter storm. So if you're in the county shaded in pink, travel is highly discouraged tonight through tomorrow. And then it's going to be difficult. We could be looking at some slick spots for the county shaded in purple under the winter weather advisory, but overall not going to be quite as bad as we're expecting for the counties under the winter storm warning. One more look at the radar picture in case you're just joining us. We're continuing to see areas of precipitation expand in coverage, and they will continue to do so as we head on through the night tonight and into the daytime hours tomorrow, with moderate to heavy snow developing across portions of north central and northeast Kansas after around 10 or 12 p.m. or 10 or 12 overnight tonight. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. I'll continue to keep you updated. everyone. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab. Continue to track a winter storm unfold across the state. Let's take a look at the latest here. Over the past 4 hours on the radar picture right now across the state, you can see that we're continuing to see areas of snow develop across portions of north central through central and down into southwest Kansas, mixed in with some possibly some sleet as well. That's indicated by the areas shaded in orange there. Let's take a look here right now at the latest into the haze areas where we're tracking some areas of moderate snow at this point in time, so we could be beginning to see our first flakes in the haze area right now, and then that stretches back west toward the Waukene area, watching some areas of sleet and snow down into portions of southwest Kansas from around Ulysses, Liberal, Meade, Dodge City, some areas of sleet from Great Bend up toward Ellsworth and around the Salina area, down toward Hutchinson, and then we're watching some areas of light to pockets of some moderate snow across portions of northeast Kansas from Marysville and Washington. All this activity continues to push off in a northeasterly direction here this evening as I put that into motion there for you. We're continuing to see areas of light freezing drizzle as well statewide, which is leading to some slick spots across the state as well. Let's take a look here at our latest snowfall forecast. We're going to be expecting around 4 to 8 inches for the area shaded in that dark blue from central on into northeast Kansas. Could be seeing an area of 8 or more inches. The best chances for that is from Kansas City back toward Topeka and down toward McPherson County. Widespread 1 to 4 inches across the rest of the state from Dodge City and Hays. It also includes Wichita and Concordia into southeast Kansas. The least amount of snow with the system is going to be across northwest Kansas, where they can expect around a trace to 1 inch of snowfall. We're also going to be looking at an ice threat with this, trace to 1/10 of an inch of ice for the county shaded in pink. Most significant ice accumulation is going to fall across far southeastern Kansas, where we're going to be looking at, again, the best chance for some more significant ice accumulations that's going to be causing some slick spots. And it's because of this ice and snow that we do have a winter storm warning in effect for the county shaded in pink. That includes Wichita, Salina, and Kansas City, as well as the Topeka area and portions of southeast Kansas. That's due to the ice that we're expecting across far southern Kansas and the heavy snow for areas generally along and north of US 54. And that is what the winter storm warning there is for. That's where travel is going to be very difficult to impossible tonight and through the day on Sunday. So if you have travel plans within the winter storm warning area, you're going to want to have a plan B. And then winter weather advisories are in effect for the county shaded in purple through to tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. We're going to be looking at travel difficulties, but not quite as difficult as it's going to be in the winter storm warning area. So again, one last look at the radar picture here over the past 4 hours across the state. Continue to see areas of moderate snow come down around in the Hays area, and then some areas of sleet across southern Kansas at this point in time. So keep it right here on live on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We're going to continue to see this winter storm continue to unfold across the state, so I'll be tracking it right here on SiriusWX.net. Keep it right here. I'll continue to keep you posted with the latest winter weather coverage. Good evening, everyone. Lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Sirius Weather Lab. Continue to track a winter storm across the state. Let's take a look at the radar picture here. Over the past 4 hours, we continue to see some areas of snow becoming moderate around the Hays area along I-70 from around Russell and Hays. Let's take a look at that right now, and you can see the areas of moderate snow here on radar from Hays and Russell. So if you are out and about or about to go out and about in the Hays area, do be prepared for some increasing slick spots out there on the roadways on top of the slick spots that are already out there due to the freezing drizzle that we've had all day today. Areas of sleet continue for portions of central into southwest Kansas from Salina on toward the Lyons, McPherson, and Hillsborough area, stretching down toward Hutchinson and Stafford. Then some sleet across southwest Kansas from Bazine back down toward Jetmore and Dodge City, as far southwest as Liberal and Johnson at this point in time. Put this into motion again over the past 4 hours, and you can see that it is continuing to move off in a northeasterly direction, and it will continue to do so here as we head on into the overnight hours tonight. We're expecting here within the next few hours for some areas of moderate to heavy snow to develop for portions of central on into northeast Kansas as we continue to get colder air to filter in as well. That's going to change any of that sleet that we're seeing right now across portions of central Kansas over to snow. Most of the snow tonight going to be for generally along and north of I-70. South of I-70s, you're going to be looking at the chance for some freezing rain changing over to some sleet or possibly sleet already at this point in time across for those areas along and south of I-70. How's it going to stack up for us? Well, we're going to continue to see the again, snow across northern Kansas tonight, sleet changing to snow across southern Kansas tonight, and then through the day Sunday, most of the sleet going to change over to snow by the late morning into the early afternoon hours and continue through the day. Here's how we're expecting it to stack up. Least amounts of snow going to be across far northwest Kansas, where they could pick up a trace to as much as an inch, 1 to 4 inches for the areas in light blue for much of southern into western and portions of north central and far northeastern Kansas. The heaviest snow with the system expected to fall from portions of central on into northeast Kansas. That includes areas like Salina, Hutchinson, McPherson on up toward the Topeka and the Kansas City metro areas. Could be looking at some isolated areas within this dark blue shade of more than 8 inches of snow, perhaps up to 10 to 12 inches. But again, it's going to be isolated areas and a little bit too isolated to pinpoint within this forecast. But again, that's where we're expecting the heaviest snow to fall. We're also expecting some ice accumulations. That's going to be mainly for southern Kansas tonight. We already have plenty of slick spots out there pretty much statewide, causing accidents due to some freezing drizzle that has fallen through the day today and is still currently coming down. But we're going to get some freezing rain possibilities, particularly across southern Kansas tonight, which is, of course, freezing rain is going to be coming down more like it would be rain and more than just the fine particles of drizzle. It's going to be coming down with a little bit more intensity tonight, which is why it could pick up a trace to 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation for portions of southern Kansas. That will include areas like Garden City to Dodge City over to Wichita and Chanute. More significant ice accumulations across far southeastern Kansas, where they could be approaching could be getting a little over 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation there across far southeastern Kansas. Travel is going to be impacted by this winter weather system that's moving through the area. Winter storm warning for portions of central and eastern Kansas for the county shaded in pink. That's where we're expecting the most travel difficulties with this system due to heavy snow for portions of central and northeast Kansas and the ice across far southern Kansas. This includes areas like Wichita on up toward the Kansas City metro area, Topeka, Manhattan, and Chanute, and as far west as the Pratt area. Again, this is where travel is going to be the most difficult tonight and through the entire day on Sunday. Winter weather advisory for the county shaded in purple. That's where roads are going to be slick, but travel is not going to be quite as difficult there as it will be here for the areas under the winter storm warning. So again, one more look at the radar picture, and you can see, if you're just joining us, we're continuing to track some areas of moderate snow from Hays and Russell right now. That's continuing to push off the east. Sleet just south of that for the areas in orange. And then we're looking, you can sort of see around these radar sites where we have sort of these blobs. That's the indications of some freezing drizzle that is continuing pretty much statewide here this evening, and that is going to continue here over the next few hours, and we're going to continue to see this heavier precipitation expand in coverage here as we continue on into the overnight hours. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. I'll continue to keep you updated on the latest winter weather situation. Zone lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab. We are tracking a winter storm across the state. We've gotten in another snowfall report of around ½ an inch in McPherson County. Let's take a look at the radar picture and show you just exactly what's been going on here over the past few hours. As we take a look at it, you can see that we're watching areas of moderate snow along I-70 between Hays and Salina, with areas of sleet across portions of southwest into central Kansas, and we're watching some areas of snow beginning to fill in through northeast Kansas. And correction on that report, that was from Marion County, a report of ½ inch of snow in Marion County on the ground, and receiving sleet at the time of the report, which was at 8:55 p.m. So again, Marion County in south central Kansas, and our radar is showing sleet in Marion County, so that kind of verifies what our radar is showing, and that's the latest report that we have of any snow and sleet accumulation across the entire state. I'm sure as we continue on here through the overnight hours, we're going to continue to get more significant amounts. In fact, as we have been talking about portions of central and northeast Kansas, some heavier snow developing, well, the Storm Prediction Center is saying the same thing. In fact, if you can see this area here outlined here, this is where we're expecting here after around 11 p.m. for the area within this polygon. This is where we're expecting some of the heavier snowfall rates, likely 1 inch per hour or more, as we continue on here between 11 p.m. and roughly 3 a.m. That's where we're going to begin to see some very heavy snowfall, again 1 inch per hour or more, and you take into account that that's going to fall, that could occur for several hours at one point. We're going to begin to get some very heavy snowfall for that outlined area there. That includes areas like Salina down toward McPherson and Manhattan, Holton, Topeka, Lawrence, most of the Kansas City metro area, and St. Joseph, just to name a few locations there. So if you are within that outlined area, do expect rapidly deteriorating conditions, travel becoming extremely hazardous there after around 11 p.m. or so, as snowfall rates begin to intensify by quite a bit. Overall, the snow is going to continue to expand across northern Kansas here as we continue on through the overnight hours. You can already see that happening here across portions of northeast Kansas, with some moderate snow, again, as we mentioned, from Hays and from around the Salina area as well. We're continuing to see areas of sleet across portions of central down into southwest Kansas, and you saw the outlined area. If some of this is sleet, we could be looking at some heavy sleet at times as well for portions of central Kansas, but again, I think most of it going to be snowfall here over the next couple of hours. Again, after 11 p.m. and continuing through the next several hours after 11 p.m. is where we're going to be looking at 1 inch or more snowfall rates across much of the Kansas City metro area, back down to Salina, McPherson, and on through northeastern Kansas. And it is because of those heavy snowfall rates that we have been expecting. We're going to be expecting the heaviest snowfall amounts there of around 4 to 8 or more inches. That includes Salina, Kansas City, back toward McPherson and the Topeka area, as well as the Kansas City metro area. Again, 4 to 8 or more inches. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple areas where, again, where we're talking about that heavier band setting up of possibly 8 to 12 inches of snow within that small band across portions of northeastern Kansas. 1 to 4 inches elsewhere, so some light to moderate snow elsewhere across the state. That includes Wichita, Hays, Dodge City, and Concordia, just to name a few locations. Lightest amounts of snow with this system going to be across northwest Kansas, where a trace to an inch could fall by the time all is said and done. We're also going to be looking at an icing threat mainly overnight tonight. We've had a lot more sleet reports rather than freezing rain, but it's still not out of the question that we could be looking at some ice accumulations of a trace to 1/10 of an inch for the areas shaded in pink, with a little bit more significant ice accumulations across far southeast Kansas. That would include areas like Coffeyville and approaching the Winfield area in south central, the Arkansas City area in south central Kansas. And again, most of northern Kansas going to be looking at those snowfall accumulations like you just saw, and it is because of this heavy snow that we're going to be seeing developing, as well as the ice accumulations, that much of central and eastern Kansas is under a winter storm warning. That includes Wichita, the Kansas City metro area, Topeka, and Manhattan. This is where travel is going to be treacherous tonight, especially, again, as we mentioned, across central and northeast Kansas, as those very heavy snowfall rates begin after around 11 p.m. or so and continuing through the overnight hours. If you are one of these pink shaded counties in Wichita, Kansas City, Topeka, or anywhere within this pink shaded area, travel is highly discouraged tonight and through the entire day on Sunday due to very hazardous road conditions. We've already been talking about accidents due to some freezing drizzle, just a little bit of freezing drizzle across the entire state today. Just throwing in some snow on top of that, a lot more snow, and that's going to be leading to some significant travel problems, more so than we saw today. Winter weather advisory for the county shaded in purple. That is where we are expecting some travel problems as well, but not quite as difficult as it will be to travel there as it will be for the counties shaded there in pink. So again, in case you're just joining us, we're going to continue to track this here. Latest radar picture over the past 4 hours shows some moderate snow from between Hays and Salina along I-70. Travel conditions probably going to begin to deteriorate here along I-70, particularly for areas east of Waukene and Hays along I-70 here over the next several hours, and an area from central on through northeastern Kansas where we're expecting 1 inch or more per hour snowfall rates to develop here after 11 p.m. and continue through the overnight hours across portions of central on into northeastern Kansas. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. I'll continue to keep you updated. Weather 1 lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab, continuing to track a winter storm unfolding across the state right now. Let's get right to it and take a look at the radar here. Over the past 4 hours or so, we've continued to see areas of snow expand in coverage and intensity in recent time across portions of north central and on into northeast Kansas. Areas of sleet continuing for for portions, I should say, scattered areas across southern Kansas. We just had a report of, let me pull that up here. We had a report of some in Hutchinson. The precipitation has changed mostly to sleet. Estimates of under a quarter inch there so far. We had a report in McPherson County of 1.5 inches of snow currently on the ground. It was sleeting at the time of that report, so I imagine that would be more of a mixture of some sleet and snow measured there of around 1.5 inches in McPherson County. So again, we're looking at some areas of sleet across portions of southern Kansas, some areas of snow across portions of north central and northeast Kansas. And if you notice, we're looking at some areas of moderate to heavy snow, some bands of moderate to heavy snow developing currently across portions of north central on into northeast Kansas. Travel along I-70 right now, east of Russell and all the way toward Kansas City is going to be pretty dicey over the next few hours, and especially as we hit on through after around 11 p.m. For the areas shaded, outlined here in this blue line, that's where we're expecting some chances for some heavy snowfall rates here after 11 p.m. of 1 inch per hour or more. That's going to lead to treacherous travel conditions. Travel is highly discouraged within that blue outlined area here as we head on through the next couple of hours. And after 11 p.m., again, that's where it could be looking at the chance for some snowfall rates of around 1 inch per hour or more. And that's going to continue for a couple of hours, so it's really going to begin to stack up here pretty soon. And then across the rest of the state, we're going to continue to see the chances for some sleet and snow mix across southern Kansas and some snow across northern sections of the state tonight. So that's the latest here on the radar picture. And again, you can see it's all continuing to move off into an east-northeasterly direction. We do have some freezing drizzle continuing statewide. In fact, the Wichita area might begin to see our first areas of some sleet here in the next little while. At least that's shown up on radar. I haven't had a chance to step outside here in Wichita, but I will be sure and go do that here right after this break in. Let's take a look at our snowfall forecast. The heavier snowfall amounts, of course, expected through central on into northeast Kansas, like we've been talking about. 4 to 8 or more inches for the areas shaded in dark blue. That will include areas like Hutchinson on up toward McPherson, Salina, and into the Emporia area on up toward Manhattan, Topeka, and the Kansas City metro area. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few areas that we could be looking at more than 8 inches of snow, perhaps 8 to 10, maybe up to a foot of snow in some isolated areas here within northeastern Kansas, perhaps stretching into portions of central Kansas. Widespread amounts of around 1 to 4 inches includes Hays and Wichita as well as Dodge City. Much of the state in that 1 to 4 inch range, including southeast Kansas. Least amount of snow, northwest Kansas, where they're expecting only a trace to 1 inch of snowfall accumulation. And we're also going to be looking at an ice threat here as well. A trace to 1/10 of an inch of ice, mainly falling tonight across southern Kansas. Again, however, we've seen a lot more of sleet reports rather than freezing rain. So again, maybe a trace to 1/10 of an inch there, maybe some more significant ice accumulations across far southeast Kansas, but we need to go through and look at the latest information to see if this is still going to be valid. We could be looking at more of a sleet and snow threat now across portions of southern Kansas as we head on through the night tonight. Nonetheless, travel is going to remain very treacherous. Let's take a look at the latest here. Winter weather alerts map. Winter storm warning remains in effect for portions of central and eastern Kansas. This is where travel is going to be the most difficult tonight and through the day on Sunday. So if you have plans, just try and stay off the roads if you can Travel is highly discouraged here for the county shaded in pink tonight and through the day tomorrow. Winter weather advisories for the counties shaded in purple. That's where travel is going to be difficult. Roads are going to be slick, but it's not going to be as difficult as the counties shaded in pink, which are under that winter storm warning. So again, we're going to continue to track the latest here over the next several hours. I'll be here tracking the latest information, and Brooks as well at the Cirrus Weather Headquarters in Hayes. We're going to be taking a look at the latest information and see if we need any updates here to the forecast here this evening. So keep it right here on CirrusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. I'll continue to keep you updated. forecaster Peyton Sanders here. In this Cirrus Weather Lab, we are continuing to track a winter storm across the state. Let's take a look at the radar picture here. Over the past 4 hours, we're continuing to see areas of snow across north central and northeast Kansas, becoming moderate to heavy at times. Look at this, just north of Salina, just northeast of Minneapolis. We're looking at some heavy snow developing there, and for the seen there by the shades of purple that we are looking at there, continue to push off to the northeast. All this activity does continue to move off to the northeast, and in fact, as we take a look here in this blue outlined area, this is where we're expecting some snowfall rates to approach 1 inch per hour here within the next hour. In fact, we're already kind of seeing that happen here across portions of northern Kansas, and that's going to continue over the next several hours, leading to reduced visibilities and treacherous travel conditions. So if you are traveling here in northeast Kansas, or at least had plans to overnight tonight, do not do so. Travel is going to become again, as I said, very treacherous there across that region. We're continuing to see areas of scattered sleet across portions of central into southwestern Kansas. Might begin to see our first areas of sleet here within the Wichita area here in the next short while. Again, statewide, taking you in the giving you a look over the past 4 hours. We are continuing to see some of the heaviest snowfall across portions of north central into northeast Kansas, again with some sleet across southern Kansas, and again north central and northeast Kansas. Over the next few hours, we're going to see the heaviest snowfall amounts. How's it going to stack up for us? Well, we're expecting 4 to 8 or more inches across central on into northeast Kansas, 1 to 4 inches across most of the rest of the state, including Hays and Wichita, traced to an inch across far northwestern Kansas. Previous thoughts on icing is that more of this is going to be more of a sleet and snow event for southern Kansas, so probably not going to be looking at as much of a threat as icing as we previously thought, but still, roads are still going to be slick due to the sleet and snow, and we're in the process of updating this forecast, and we'll have that for you by the 10:30 or 11 o'clock update right here on cirruswx.net. We do continue with some winter weather alerts as well. Winter storm warning for portions of central and eastern Kansas includes Wichita, the Kansas City area, and Salina, as our travel is going to be treacherous tonight and through the day on Sunday due to the sleet and snow accumulations. Winter weather advisory for the county shaded in purple. Sleet and snow there accumulating, causing for some slick spots on the roadways, but travel there not going to be quite as difficult as it will be for the areas under the winter storm warning. Keep it right here on cirruswx.net. We'll continue to take a look at the latest information of an updated forecast out here shortly. forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Sirius Weather Lab, continuing to track a winter storm impacting Kansas. I've looked through the latest information and have an updated forecast out for you. Let's take a look first at the radar picture here. Over the past 4 hours, we've continued to see some areas of moderate snow, moderate to heavy snow that is, across portions of north central on into northeast Kansas. We've been seeing some areas of sleet across southern Kansas over the past 4 hours. And as we take a close look to northeast Kansas, you can see we're looking at some moderate areas of snow, even some moderate to heavy areas of snow just north of Manhattan, and for areas around the Topeka and Lawrence area, the northern portions of the Kansas City metro area. All of this continues to push off to the north and east, and we're going to continue to see snowfall rates approaching 1 inch per hour or more here across northeastern Kansas as we continue on here through the next several hours. We'll take a look at our updated snowfall forecast here in just a moment. Southern Kansas looking at some sleet now impacting Wichita and from around the Salina area, and we could even be looking at some snow mixed in with this. I know we've had reports of mixed sleet and snow here across southern Kansas, so just because it shows up as sleet as indicated on the radar, don't take it that it's just sleet. We're probably looking at a sleet and maybe some snow mixed in here across southern Kansas, but again, putting this into motion, all of this activity pushing off to the east-northeast here this evening. After looking through the latest information, looks like the best chances for snow tonight are going to be across northeastern Kansas. And then as we head on into tomorrow, there is the possibility for some development of some more moderate to heavy activity across southern Kansas in the morning and afternoon hours. We're going to continue to keep an eye on that, and we'll have an update as we head on into tomorrow morning if that situation does look like it is going to pan out. But at the current time, we've had a few reports of some wintry precipitation across the state. Latest report here was of around an inch of some sleet accumulation from Saline County. We had some, I think that's that's our only report that we've had over the past little while. We had I guess our latest report that we didn't say on here was at Wichita McCotton Airport, and estimated we had a measured 0.4 of an inch as the official National Weather Service observation here in Wichita at this point in time. And as we continue on through the night tonight, as I mentioned, the best chances for snow going to be across northeastern Kansas. We are watching even a few more flurries and perhaps some moderate snow develop across north central Kansas once again. So haze, we could be getting on a little bit more snow here again in the next little while. Again, sleet here in Wichita at this point in time, and again the heavy snow off to the north and east in the northeastern part of the state, northeast of Salina on up into portions of northeastern Kansas. Again, after taking a look at the latest information, we've been able to update the latest snowfall forecast. So here is the latest. We're going to be looking at around a trace to an inch across portions of northwestern Kansas that has been pushed a little bit further south and east to accompany for some of the latest information that we're looking at, as well as the latest trends on the radar that we're seeing. Is it looks like the best chance for some for the more light to moderate accumulations of snow going to be further off to the southeast, but 1 to 4 inch range still does include haze. However, I think haze is going to be on the lower end, maybe around an inch, maybe up to 2. 1 to 4 inches, a popular range across much of the state. Dodge City, Hays, Wichita, Concordia, on into southeast Kansas, going to be in that 1 to 4 inch range. We've moved the 4 to 8 inch range a little bit further north in this update here to account the latest trends that we're seeing on the radar. Looks like the better chances for more than 4 inches of snow are going to be a little bit further north and into portions of northeastern Kansas as well. So 4 to 8 inches includes Salina, probably going to be just northeast of Hutchinson based on the latest data, just north of Newton. It should still include Emporia and on up toward the southern portions of the Kansas City metro area. And then it does look like we do have enough confidence now to say that we could be looking at an area of 5 to 10 or more inches in for the area shaded in purple. That would include Topeka, maybe just northwest of Lawrence, on up into the Kansas City metro area, mainly for areas north of downtown Kansas City. and as far southwest as around Junction City or so. So that's again based on the latest radar data. And again, as we head on into the day, Sunday, southern Kansas, we could be seeing an increase of the activity of sleet and snow through the day, leading to some of these accumulations. So if you don't wake up to a whole lot across southern Kansas by Sunday morning, by the time you're waking up, don't be surprised if we see the possibility for some more redevelopment through the day across southern Kansas, which could be impacting travel. In fact, as we take a look at our latest alerts map, we still have a winter storm warning in effect for portions of central and eastern Kansas. This is where travel is likely to be treacherous tonight and through the day on Sunday. And then again, winter weather advisory for counties shaded in purple on into northeast Kansas. It includes Hays and Dodge City, Goodland, just to name a few locations. This is where travel will be difficult, but not quite as difficult as it will be here for the counties shaded in pink. So again, one more look at the radar picture. Again, heaviest snow continues across northeastern Kansas. Snowfall rates approaching an inch per hour or more across far northeastern Kansas over the next few hours, I should say, in areas of sleet, possibly mixed with snow, continuing across southern Kansas here over the next few hours. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. I'll continue to keep you updated. And we'll be doing some behind the scenes audio now here, just so I can relay some reports as they start coming in here. We're probably going to start getting a lot more reports here as things start to get going. In fact, here we go. We just got a half-inch report of sleet, estimated half-inch of sleet with 1/4 inch of snow on the ground in Marion County. Oh, for those of you participating in our Serious Weather Bingo, oh, I'll let you fill in the space that says the cat makes an appearance on the live stream. See the camera? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. There. Right there. Yeah. There we go. There's a good free bingo space there for you. For those of you who haven't done that yet, you can check it out on the Facebook page. You got a bingo board, and if you get a bingo, you can get an opportunity to win one of our Windows stickers. Weathercaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab, continuing to track a winter storm across the state. Let's take a look at the latest. Right now, over the past 4 hours, the latest radar picture shows that we're continuing to see areas of moderate to heavy snow at times across portions of northeastern Kansas. That's going to continue here through the next few hours, where we could be looking at snowfall rates up to an inch per hour or more. In fact, you can see areas of heavy snow just to the northwest of the Kansas City metro area at this point in time. All this activity continues to push off to the northeast, and there are several other moderate bands of snow stretching from around Manhattan on up toward the Holton area. So we're going to continue to see that activity push off to the north and east. Also watching some areas of flurries and even some moderate snow down toward Bazine and La Crosse around Otis and the Hayes area. This continues to push off in a northeasterly direction as well. Watching some areas of sleet as well across portions of south central into east central Kansas at this time. That could be mixed in with some snowfall there as well. If you notice here across far southeast Kansas, we are looking at some freezing rain just northeast of Joplin, Missouri, west of Springfield, Missouri. Far southeast Kansas, this is where we could be looking at some light freezing rain accumulations, but our earlier thoughts of some accumulations across southern and western Kansas have gone away, given the fact that based off of radar and based on radar and all the reports that we've been getting, more so just some sleet and snow is what is anticipated. So again, radar picture over the past 4 hours. This heaviest snow continues across northeastern Kansas, and that is where we are looking at some snowfall rates at this point in time, up to an inch per hour or more. And that's going to continue here through the next few hours across northeastern Kansas. And that's where we're expecting the heaviest snow overnight tonight. Much of southern Kansas is going to be looking at some scattered sleet and snow. But then there is some signs that we could be looking at redevelopment of some more moderate to heavy activity across southern Kansas as we head through Sunday morning into Sunday afternoon. So do keep that in mind if you have plans across southern Kansas. If you don't see anything a whole lot on the ground by Sunday morning, by the time you're waking up, do keep in mind that there is a threat that we could be looking at some more stuff across southern Kansas Sunday morning into Sunday afternoon. But roads are already slick due to the freezing drizzle that we saw throughout the day today, as well as some of the sleet and snow that's continuing to fall. So roads are still going to remain treacherous, but they're going to be the worst across northeastern Kansas, where we are expecting some heavy snowfall amounts. 4 to 8 inches for the area shaded in dark blue. That includes areas just north of Hutchinson and Newton. It includes Salina on up toward the St. Joseph area and Emporia as well. 5 to 10 or more inches of snow for a small band shaded here in purple. Includes Topeka just northwest of Lawrence, includes northern, mainly along and north of downtown Kansas City, and as far south and west as Junction City. This is where we're expecting the heaviest snowfall again across portions of central on into northeastern Kansas, and then much of the state looking at a chance for 1 to 4 inches of snow from Wichita to Hutchinson on up toward Concordia and Dodge City. Again, if you don't wake up to a whole lot by Sunday morning across southern Kansas, do keep in mind that we could be looking at some additional moderate to heavy activity developing there. Lighter amounts across northwest and the portions of north central Kansas, only a trace to an inch expected. And Hayes is going to be looking at 1 to 4 inches, but I imagine Hayes is going to be on the lower end of that range, looking probably trace to 2 inches, a little bit better bet in the Hayes area, with the system Wichita looking at right around 1 to 4 inches of snowfall accumulation. And again, ice threat doesn't look like a whole lot, but we're still going to be looking at slick spots across on the roadways. But freezing rain accumulation confined to far southeast Kansas, where it could pick up just a little bit of freezing rain accumulation. That's going to occur mainly overnight tonight. And it is because of all this wintry weather that we do have a winter storm warning for portions of central and eastern Kansas. This is where travel is going to be the most difficult tonight and through the day on Sunday. Then a winter weather advisory for the county shaded in purple. Roads are going to be slick tonight and through the day, or through the morning and early afternoon hours there tomorrow, or through the purple shaded area tonight and through the morning and early afternoon hours tomorrow. But nonetheless, statewide, or for the county shaded in purple and pink, you're going to want to be using caution out there on the roadways tonight and through the day tomorrow. Have a plan B, and if you must travel, be sure you're wearing a coat, gloves, hat. Be prepared to get stuck and have the right materials. If your car gets stuck and you don't get help right away, you're going to need to have a coat and winter weather supply ready to go. Not a bad idea to get some cat litter as well and put that in the car, and to have that to pour right behind your tire to get some traction to hopefully get yourself out if you do get stuck. But again, the key thing is just to stay off the roadways to avoid that happening, and only travel if you absolutely have to, especially across the area of the winter storm warning. We'll have one more update on this winter storm coming up at midnight, and then we'll end our live coverage. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. everyone. Lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab. Continue to track the winter storm as it makes its way across Kansas. Let's take a look at the radar picture here. Over the past 4 hours, we continue to see areas of moderate to heavy snow across portions of northeastern Kansas. At this point in time, we've had a few reports coming in. Already 3.5 inches of snow measured here across far northeastern Kansas. This was in Leavenworth County here. We had 3.5 inches measured of sleet and snow accumulation. Getting a report of sleet starting to mix in with snow on the northern side of the Kansas City metro area, and then St. Joseph estimated 1 to 1.5 inches of snow already there, and that's, as we mentioned, there areas of moderate snow leading to snowfall rates of around 1 inch per hour or more across portions of northeast Kansas as we continue on here through the night tonight. Watching some areas of flurries and light snow, even some pockets of moderate snow here from around Russell to La Crosse, southwest of Sylvan Grove, and west of Ellsworth. This activity continues to push off to the northeast, so we could see some additional snow here over the next little while for Russell, Sylvan Grove, and Ellsworth. That looks to be east of the Hayes area right now. Then we're watching areas of sleet across south central, east central, and southeast Kansas. If you take a look at the radar loop here, it's been actually filling in here across southeast Kansas here pretty rapidly within the past few scans. And as we had been mentioning here over the past couple of updates, far southeast Kansas, we are going to be looking at the threat for some freezing rain across far southeast Kansas, which could lead to some light ice accumulations there, but widespread ice accumulations across the state are not anticipated with this system. And so again, we're going to continue to be looking at the threat for some moderate to heavy snow continuing across portions of northeastern Kansas as we continue on here through the next few hours. Could be moderate to heavy at times. Snowfall rates around 1 inch per hour or more, than some areas of sleet across portions of south central and southeast Kansas. Again, just to recap, some areas of freezing rain across far southeastern Kansas going to be possible. However, widespread ice accumulation not anticipated across the state. How's the snow going to stack up for us? Well, we're expecting around 4 to 8 inches from central on through northeastern Kansas. That will include areas like Salina on up toward the St. Joseph area, and then across Emporia as well. A small area of 5 to 10 or more inches of snow expected from around Topeka on up toward the northern portions of the Kansas City metro area. 1 to 4 for Hays and Wichita. Hays is going to be on the lower end of that 1 to 4 inch range. Probably trace to 2, a better bet there in Hays. Trace to 1 inch across far northwestern Kansas for the areas shaded in white. And again, much of the state looking at 1 to 4 inches of snowfall possible. Now, if you don't wake up with a whole lot across southern Kansas as you head on toward the later parts of this morning, we could be looking at some more snow across portions of southern Kansas later on today, across, again, portions of southern Kansas later on this morning and into the afternoon hours here across southern Kansas. So again, as we continue on here, we're going to continue to see the best chances for snow early this morning across northeastern Kansas, and then far southern Kansas late this morning into early this afternoon. Could be looking at some more snow coming our way into southern Kansas here. So again, this is what we're going to continue to watch here as we continue on through the overnight hours. Even if you don't wake up with a whole lot of snowfall, the sleet and freezing drizzle is going to be leading to some slick spots out there on the roadways, so you're going to want to use caution if you have to travel. Winter storm warning in effect for the county shaded in pink. This is where travel is going to be the most difficult with the system. It includes Wichita, Kansas City, and the Topeka area. Winter weather advisory for the county shaded in purple, where the roads could become slick, leading to travel difficulties, but travel not going to be quite as difficult there as it will be for the counties shaded in pink. So if you have plans later on this morning and through the day today, do be sure and take it easy and travel only if you must do so, particularly if you're here under this winter storm warning area. This is going to be our last live update here. Thanks for tuning in for our coverage on SiriusWX.net. Be sure and follow us for the latest on other winter storms that impact Kansas, and of course as we approach severe weather season. Thanks for tuning in. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. Have a great night.